we'll call this meeting to order. Can we get a motion to go in closed session stated in the agenda?
So moved?
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? We're now in closed session. Call this meeting to order. The Orange County Board of Education pledges to its citizens to conduct its business in a courteous and productive manner, showing respect to fellow board members, staff, and citizens. The board asks its citizens to conduct themselves with the same courtesy towards both school personnel and each other. A moment of silence will be observed before each meeting. In addition to the moment of silence, the board will recite the Pledge of Allegiance. The board asks that you check your cell phones and other electronic devices to be sure they are either turned off or on vibrate to avoid interruptions of the meeting.
One of yours?
For safety of the participants, please refrain from bringing or eating any food items that contain nuts or nut products. One other note I wanted to make is since we are in our central office, you can follow along with tonight's presentation by visiting the meeting agenda on our website. Go to orangecountyfirst.com/board and select board meetings, then click updating meetings and meeting agendas and tonight's meeting. All presentation and supporting documents are linked within the agenda. Thank you for joining us this evening. All right, we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we'll go ahead and take a moment of silence. All right, we'll go ahead and get started with our recognitions.
I arrived right on cue, right?
Yeah, perfect.
With our last guest, perfect. Well, good evening. It is such a pleasure to be here with all of you this evening to celebrate some of our students. I have the honor and privilege of presenting to you the 10 students here in Orange County Schools that were named their schools Spelling Bee champions for this year. To elaborate and give you a little bit of context, each year here in Orange County Schools, all of our 3rd through 8th grade students have the opportunity to participate in a spelling bee, which begins with a classroom level bee, and then it culminates, or goes next to the school level spelling bee, and then culminates with a national level spelling bee at Duke. So in November and December, all of our Orange County Schools 3rd through 8th grade students and ELA teachers did their classroom level spelling bees. The winners of each classroom spelling bee advanced to the school level bee, which took place in January. And tonight, please join me in recognizing and congratulating the following 10 students who have been named the Orange County Schools School Level Spelling Bee champions. These 10 students were invited to represent their school at the Duke Regional Spelling Bee, which was held on Saturday, February the 28th. And there they had a chance to compete for the opportunity to advance to the Scripps National Spelling Bee. So without further ado, we're going to celebrate some of our young people this evening. So our first champion is Alma Winton from Central Elementary School. The second spelling bee champion is here with us this evening, and that is Adrian Lopez Savio. So you can come on up, Adrian. And Adrian is from Eflin Cheeks Global Elementary School, and we are so proud of you. Our next spelling bee champion is Omar de los Santos, who is also here tonight from Grady Brown Elementary School. If you want to stay up here, you can, or you can sit down. I'll give you that choice. We may have to do a photo. I don't know. Okay. Our next spelling bee champion is from New Hope Elementary School. Oh, I'm sorry, did I skip somebody? Just kidding, we're gonna go with the slides. So the next one is Hillsborough Elementary School, and that is Brandon Earnhardt. Not here with us this evening. All right, and our next winner is from New Hope Elementary School, and she is here in the room with us, and that is Audrey Little. All right. Next up, from Pathways Elementary School, we have Christopher Jordan, who was not able to be with us this evening. And then from River Park Elementary School, we have Nico Staples to represent the Tiger Cubs. Then from A.L. Standback, we have Miriam Kamal. And from Gravelly Hill Middle School, we have Hadley Barker. Make sure I said the name correctly. And our last but certainly not least champion that we want to recognize tonight is here in the room, and that is Micaiah McLeod from Orange County School. So congratulations again to all of our spelling bee winners. We are definitely proud of your achievement, and I will defer to Mr. Smith if we need to do a photo or not. Yes, we're going to do a photo. So if all of my spelling bee winners that are here in the room will come up. Come on, champions. Want to come up?
Right in front.
Okay, so
Right in front of the table.
Maybe if you
Pull around, yeah. That's it.
all right, you want to go
Fortunately, we're inside dark, we're all safe.
I can have you all go ahead and walk right to the back so that you're just, right, put your backs to the table. There you go.
Perfect.
Keep going, Adrian.
You're doing great.
You're doing fantastic. There you go, Dr. Jones, she knows the drill. I'm gonna take this picture 2 ways. All right, everybody ready? On the count of 3. 1, 2, and 3. Smile big for me this time. 1, 2, and 3. Thank you. And I'm gonna take one this way. 1. Yes, ma'am, Dr. Jones, thank you. On the count of 3. 1, 2, and 3. Thank you all.
And then
Way
maybe
to
let the
go.
parents do it. There's
Yeah,
a bunch of
parents.
parents with cameras. Did they get their pictures? The parents?
For us to get a picture?
Yeah,
Did y'all-
you wanna
did
take
y'all
a
wanna-
picture?
Please jump in and take a picture.
Oh, out. In the picture?
No,
No, take
what
a
you said.
picture.
Like
Yeah.
take the
Yeah.
picture.
Yeah.
Oh, you, sorry. You don't mind if you find us.
It's all good.
One more comment, one more.
One more, one more,
I mean, come up.
one more, one more.
Almost done, buddy. So good.
I hear you. Authenticated.
I can airdrop the pictures to you. We're good.
Thank you.
Congratulations again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Come in. Thank you. Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Good evening. Tonight, I have the distinct honor of recognizing someone who has meant a great deal to me personally, and who has meant even more to the students, families, and schools of Orange County. I'd like to start by telling you a little bit how I came to know Miss Diane Chambliss. Within my first 5 days of starting at Orange County Schools, I had the pleasure of meeting her. And within the very next week, she had already rallied every community partner in the Orange Partnership Coalition onto a Zoom call just to welcome me and introduce me to the incredible network of agencies and organizations to serve OCS. That moment told me everything I needed to know about Diane Chambliss. She was not waiting to see how things would unfold. She was already leaning in, already investing, already excited about the work we would do together. That is just who she is. Over the last 4 years, she has been a constant supporter, a champion, an encourager, and one of the most thoughtful partners I've had in my work here at OCS. On the days when the work was hard, Diane had a way of reminding you why it mattered. I'm a better advocate because of her, and Orange County Schools is a stronger district because of her work. But my experience with Diane is just a small chapter in a much larger history. Ms. Chambliss has served as the program director for the Orange Partnership for Alcohol and Drug-Free Youth, say that 3 times fast, for more than 15 years. During that time, she built the Orange Partnership Coalition from the ground up, bringing together agencies and organizations from across our county around a shared mission to protect and support our young people. She championed the ADAPT program and worked tirelessly to establish and sustain the collaboration between Orange Partnership and Orange County Schools, ensuring that every student and family across every school in our district had consistent access to critical drug and alcohol prevention and intervention services. What makes her legacy so powerful is not just what she built, it is how she showed up to build it, with passion, with persistence, and with heart. Tonight, we are so grateful that Diane is here with us in person, joined by those who know and love her best, the people who have walked alongside her, both in life and in this important work. To each of you, thank you for sharing her with us and with this community. Ms. Chambliss, as you step into a well-deserved retirement, I want you to hear this clearly. The coalition you built, the programs you championed, the relationships you've nurtured, and the lives you've changed will continue to ripple through this community for years to come. Your legacy is not just what you leave behind, it is what you set in motion. So tonight, on behalf of Orange County Schools, our Board of Education, our superintendent, our staff, and the countless students and families whose lives you have touched, thank you, Diane. We celebrate you tonight, and we wish you a retirement filled with every bit of the joy, warmth, and energy you have poured into all of us.
here, and I am so grateful for that partnership. And for getting to know you, and that you stuck out with all of us. I know that it's not been easy, sometimes easier than others. And I'm just glad for the team that we have in place to continue to work with you. But thank you for this. And by the way, I'm still in New Hillsborough. I still believe in public education, and I still want to get involved. So I need to follow up still if there's any of those extra subcommittees. I got you. Okay. Thank you.
All right,
Good evening.
good evening.
I stand before you tonight as we celebrate Disability Awareness Month. But tonight, we celebrate something even greater. We celebrate potential. We celebrate progress, and we celebrate the bright futures being built every day in our schools. In our district, students with disabilities are not defined by limitations. They are defined by strengths, growth, and possibilities. From our earliest learners in pre-K to our high school students preparing for graduation, we are building skills that extend far beyond the classroom walls. When a child learns to communicate their needs, that is self-advocacy in the making. When a student practices problem solving, that is workplace readiness for workplace readiness developing, excuse me. When a teenager participates in transition planning, that is adulthood taking shape. This is the heart of our work in OCS, and we are not simply providing services, we are preparing future employees, college students, neighbors, and community leaders. Across our schools, inclusive classrooms are strengthening academic achievement, social emotional learning is shaping resilience, and transition partnerships are opening doors to employment and post-secondary opportunities. Each IEP goal is not just a document requirement, it is a stepping stone towards independence. And none of this happens alone. It happens because educators hold high expectations and families are partners with us. Disability awareness is not about sympathy, it is about recognizing ability. It is about removing barriers so talent can shine. It is about ensuring that every student, regardless of disability, leaves our district prepared to contribute meaningfully to their community. Tonight, we celebrate the students and adults who inspire us daily. We celebrate the adults they are becoming, and we affirm our commitment to the future where inclusion is not an initiative, it is who we are. Years from now, success will not be defined by what we taught, but by the lives our students are able to lead. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thanks, everyone. Next, we have our agenda adoption. I'm not aware of any items to be pulled tonight. If there are none, can we get a motion to approve the agenda?
Motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Agenda is adopted. All right, next, we have public comments. Do we have any tonight?
We do, we have 3. Okay. We will now hear public comments. Speakers will be called in order in which they signed up. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. Yielding time to other speakers is not permitted. If a speaker has written materials they would like to share, please hand them to our board clerk, Mr. McCune, and he will distribute them to the board. The purpose of public comment is for the board to hear from members of the public, not to engage in back and forth discussion per our policy. Board members will not respond to speakers during public comment sessions. The board greatly values public feedback and welcomes all comments regardless of viewpoint. However, please be reminded the children are often present at these meetings, and our public comment policy prohibits profanity, vulgarity, and personal abuse of any person. We ask that all comments be civil, respectful, and free of personal attacks. Any speaker who violates our public comments period or otherwise exceeds the bounds of order and decorum will be given a warning. Continued violations may result in speakers being ruled out of order, at which we will move on to the next speaker. And our first speaker tonight is Tracy Lloyd.
Good evening, Chair Atherton, Vice Chair Padilla, Orange County School Board members, and Superintendent Dr. Jones. I'm Tracy Lloyd. I'm the president of the Orange High School Band Boosters. I wanted to thank you for hearing our request last fall for the reinstatement of marching bands transportation funding, and to come here tonight to reiterate that request as you prepare for your upcoming budget review. Marching band competitions are a required part of a graded academic course at Orange High School, and we ask that you please reconsider directing funds towards the cost of the transportation for the school-sponsored activity. By supporting your students in this way, you will not only strengthen the OHS music program, but allow us as band parents to direct our fundraising efforts more effectively towards music education and competition readiness. We look forward to hearing the outcome of your decision. Thank you for your time and your continued support of the arts at Orange County Schools.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Yunko Newell.
Good evening, Orange County School Board. My name is Yunko Newell and I am the woodwind captain for the Orange High School Marching Band. I'm a rising senior and I'm here tonight to ask that when you are reviewing the upcoming budget, you please consider reinstating the band's transportation subsidy for our competitions. The OHS athletic department had their subsidy reinstated after COVID, but we did not. We pay for all our own show props, equipment, and travel through fundraising, such as car washes and selling Dewey's baked goods. We also have an upcoming mattress sale in April. A little extra money from you to cover the cost of buses and trailers would be a big help, especially because of the fact that when we compete, we are one of the least funded of all of the bands. Please support us and help us to get to our competitions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And our last speaker is Saru Salvi.
It's interesting that they are talking about transportation, because I wanted to talk about transportation and the inequity it creates in our school system. About 50% of the total school is a minority. Of that, 40% is economically disadvantaged. If you don't supply after-school transportation for students, then you are creating an inequity for low-income students that have no way of getting back and forth to events after the after-school programs. These after-school programs are very, very important to build character and students and give them experience outside of the classroom. And I know many of you really support the after-school programs. But unless we have transportation available, then the minority students cannot take part fully in these activities. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that concludes our comments.
All right, we will move to board comments. We'll start with Andre tonight.
Perfect, thank you. So first I want to say thank you for the recognition for the Disability Awareness Month. Congrats to all the spelling bee winners. And then finally, she just walked out, but I didn't get a chance to tell her, but I'll tell her at some point. Congratulations to Guyanne and her retirement and all the hard work she's done. We worked together since she started when I was a school resource officer, and we had the tobacco program where we were pretty much teaching the high school kids about the side effects and all the issues around tobacco and how to stay tobacco free. So we really built a bond there, and I had her son as one of my students when he was in middle school. So we've worked together for quite some time. So I really congratulate her for her retirement and wish her the best in all her upcoming life things. So that's it.
Thanks, Anya. Donna?
I'm gonna have to talk to Guyan about leaving before we could thank her properly. And we did that a couple weeks ago at the Eflin Community Center, but, as we all think about this, I think Guyan and OP have really demonstrated, and Dr. Dreyer was just an amazing partner, but demonstrated the potential of collaboration and partnership, walking the walk to make both our community safer and also building resilience in our families and students. She has put a team in place to continue the work, and I'm hoping Franklin will get a chance to do a background check for her volunteer work for the district. Yesterday I attended the Education and Innovation Lab hosted by Best NC. This is where business elected and education leaders get together once a year, and this year the topic was tailored education. The sessions were all recorded, and once they're posted, I'll share them with the board and Dr. Jones. This event will certainly be an annual event for me. I do want to congratulate Dr. Jones and her team for their progress on the strategic plan, and just sharing, I am excited to see the overwhelming community support for raises for teachers and staff. Hopefully we'll be talking about that later. Congrats to Orange the Orange High School Design and Engineering Academy and Brian Eubank for their new STEM lab, the second of its kind in North Carolina. Nicole Palumbo and IB art teacher Lori Shepley, and IB Art for the amazing show they have at the Margaret Gallery. And I needed to do a special shout out to the Battle of the Books teams, where our students really are asked to dig deep into the content of books that they're reading. Thanks to Gravely and Shara Rogers for hosting the competition. Kudos to Erin Bradley, who moderated the middle school competition beautifully, and kudos also to Kanisha Smith of ALS, who happens to sit on the state board that develops the competition. That's quite an honor for OCS. And I'll close this just with a question from the competition, because everybody's always so interested in what our kids are reading. So here's the question. In what book does a character state, dreams are today's answer to tomorrow's questions? The book is The Door of No Return by Kwame Alexander, and that's 2 points for the title, 1 point for the author, and I love that our kids are reading that. So, thank you.
All right, Ann?
I would also like to thank everyone for the recognitions tonight, and I had the privilege of working with Diane when I was a principal and when I was director of student services, so she's been here a long time and deserves a nice retirement, but she has definitely done a lot to help this community and help our students, and I do appreciate everything she's done and wish her the best. I too attended the STEM lab opening at Orange High School, which was absolutely phenomenal, and my grandson is still talking about that room because he's there now, and he said, first time I went in that room, it didn't look like that. And I said, and the first time I went in there, it didn't look like that either. So it is just amazing what they've done. Also attended the Orange High School choral concert a couple of weeks ago, or a week ago, I can't remember now when it was, but pretty soon. And I am also enjoyed going to the Gravelly Hill Showcase last week. And I met some very interesting students who are 8th graders, and they were very willing to talk, very willing to show me what they had done, and we had long conversation about what they had done, but about them going to high school as well, and they're very excited about high school and everything that's going to bring to their life. So I was very impressed with the showcase this year at Gravelly Hill, and I thank Ms. Williams for inviting us to come and talk with her students. And that's all I have.
Excellent. Karen?
Thanks. Lots of good comments already made. There's a lot to celebrate. Congratulations to our spelling bee winners. I also wanted to congratulate Guyan and
really glad that she was still here to facilitate, be a part of the new program at Orange High School that we got to kind of visit around as a community engagement committee last fall, with like self-supporting and seeking out counseling services to reduce vaping, and all of her advocacy and education, and doing it with a spirit of like fun and connectedness with kids really just opens up you know, other ways for kids to be social and find fun things to do, and I'm just excited for all of her leadership and community engagement of students. Also thinking about our recognition for disability acceptance, and I like what Ms. Burns said about celebrating potential, and last night we had our student achievement meeting, and seeing how much all of our subgroups grew in, you know, towards proficiency with all our middle of year data, and all of the growth just across tiers, across grade levels, and across subgroups, and like just huge gains for our EC students. It just was really exciting, so I really appreciate Ms. Burns' leadership as well. I wanted to congratulate our Board of Education election winners, so Sarah, Will, and Ann, and Lori. Congratulations, and also wanted to recognize our other candidates, Saru, and just everyone's engagement with public school boards is a good thing. So I appreciate everyone who ran, and I'm excited about our new board. And also, we've also had our budget committee meeting, which was really positive, and thinking about the new STEM lab at Orange. I was glad to be a part of that as well, and to me, that's an example of Principal Jason Johnson's leadership, you know, his recent recognition at a higher level, but you know, as an Orange High School parent, he lets students and teachers run with ideas, and that is a vehicle for really positive change. And he lets all that happen in his building, and he shows up for everything. And so I appreciate how he leads, and wanted to give a shout out to that.
Thank you. Sarah?
I'm concerned I'm gonna have another coughing fit, so I'm just gonna say no comments for tonight, but
Okay.
just echo a lot of the other congratulations that other people have shared.
Thank you. I want to echo what everyone has said, and congratulations to all the people that ran and won, and also hopefully we can see more of Saru involved, because you can see her passion for the community. And one thing that no one mentioned for this month's celebration was Women's Month. So happy Women's Month, everyone. And the awareness of disability awareness, I'm grateful about that we continue to create awareness overall. I participated in a few things that some people did not participate on, and one of them was the OC Coalition, where it was mentioned tonight, where people come together from different groups and come up with ideas and how to help our county, and I think it's a great way to partnership. You were missed, Bonnie, you weren't there. And the strategic plan, and I did love going to Gravelly Hill and sitting and listening to some of the stories, the sixth graders, and not everyone wanted to share, and I said that it was okay, and they were surprised that I said okay, and I just walked away. They're like, what, you're not gonna ask me anymore? You said no. So it was great. I learned a lot. The section of the library, one of the things that I learned, there were so many different options, and what caught my idea was we spend so much money in salt when it snows here, and the solution is vinegar. I learned from one of the projects. So that's all I gotta say tonight. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. I too just wanted to thank and congratulate all of our spelling bee winners and Guyan. One of the first interactions I had with her was her bringing in a box full of different vaping devices, and all of us just awing at, that's a vaping device, and really set some focus. And you know, one of the things that I just wanted to mention is she was bringing together so many different groups within our community that works together to show how we can support each other. And I think that was, you know, one of the big powerful things that I personally saw, and just congratulations on a well-deserved retirement. The Disability Acceptance and Disability Month, just wanted to thank Ms. Burns for bringing that and us acknowledging it, and thank all of our families and all of our wonderful staff who engage with all of our families all year round. I enjoyed the spring concert as well. It's always wonderful to take a break from everything and hear our wonderful students. I also wanted to thank Mia Sky Davidson, who came in for the first pitch dinner. She came and spoke. She's a very successful professional athlete that inspires so many of our young students, and just appreciate her taking the time out of her busy schedule to come and speak to our young athletes and visit as a alumnus of Orange High School. Also, I got to be a NC DECA judge at the state competition. There were about 6,000 students there. We had our own students that participated in there. It is so wonderful to see all of the students engaged and working through these real life situations and giving a perspective, and having about 5 minutes before to present a plan. And they work individually and as groups. So it was a wonderful experience. I was very glad I got the opportunity to participate. The Brightspeed Lab, that equipment in there is better than some colleges I've seen. So very impressive for us to have that available to our students. The Orange Middle School got to enjoy drama play there. It was very funny and great to see our talented students enjoy showing off their skills to our families and staff. The only other thing I was going to mention is, you know, just really appreciate all the family academies that our district is doing, that's doing the outreach and sharing so many different aspects that are so helpful to our community. And I do have one other, the snack committee. We did meet, and as I've shared with the board, we have a Special Olympics coming up in April that'll be shared with the full community. We haven't had one since, I think, my first or second year. I'd have to look at Sarah. It was a very long time ago when we had that, but glad to see that coming back, and hope that will continue, and allowing our high school students will be participating and volunteering and helping, and having staff engage as well. So I'm definitely looking forward to that. With that, I'll turn it over to you, Dr. Jones.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Atherton, Vice Chair Padilla, members of the board, staff, and community members. This evening, I would like to begin with a celebration of one of our own, Dr. Julie Pack, our Chief of Academics. Come on, stand up, Dr. Pack. She did not want me to share, but Dr. Pack recently graduated as a member of the 10th cohort of the North Carolina School Superintendents Association Aspiring Superintendents Program. This accomplishment reflects her strong leadership, commitment to public education, and dedication to continuous growth in service of our students, staff, and this community. We are proud to have her as part of the Orange County Schools team and look forward to her continued impact in our district. To date, 61 alumni of this program have gone on to serve as superintendents. I am proud to be among them. I can personally attest to how intentional and impactful this experience is. Congratulations, Dr.
You want to come ahead and picture me?
She's had quite a few with us.
I'm also excited about our upcoming job fair, which will be offered both virtually on April the 8th and in person on April the 11th. This dual approach allows us to reach a broader and more diverse pool of candidates as we work to recruit talented, committed educators. Attracting and retaining high-quality professionals remains one of our most important priorities as we commit to being intentional about making Orange County Schools a premier district. Another area of progress is the design of our new elementary school. This work represents a significant investment in our community and our future. We have invited our community to provide their input to ensure the school is not only modern and functional, but also reflective of our community's educational values. A survey was shared with families and staff and can also be found on our website. Finally, this evening, we will present our budget request, and the board will have an opportunity to provide feedback. Staff will then incorporate that feedback before bringing back the budget for the board to approve in April, ahead of presenting our request to the county commissioners on April the 30th. At the center of this conversation is our unwavering belief that our staff deserve to be compensated in a way that reflects their professionalism, dedication, and impact. Our teachers, support staff, and administrators show up every day to serve our students with excellence, often going above and beyond what is asked of them. To remain competitive and to honor their work, we must continue to advocate for increased compensation across all employee groups. This is not simply a financial decision, it's a strategic one. Investing in our people is essential to sustaining high-quality instruction, strong school communities, and positive outcomes for our students. And that concludes my comments.
Thank you, Dr. Jones. All right. Next, we have the consent agenda. Can we get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. All right, that brings us to our work session. The first one is the staffing update, strategic plan, priority 3 update.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
We're Connie, Burma Carlson and I are pleased to present to you our HR staffing update and our priority 3 update. Just a quick note, is somebody driving?
I got you.
You got it? Okay, thank you. Connie?
Well, good evening to all. We thank you for the opportunity. I always love to talk about staffing. It's the world that we live in daily, so I appreciate the opportunity. So you do know about our priority 3 goal. And so just to review that for the folks watching, that is our exemplary staff goal. And that's our commitment to recruit, hire, support, and retain culturally proficient, high-quality staff who ensure every student receives an excellent education in a welcoming environment. So similar to the fall, we are going to work backwards tonight. We are going to start with goal 4 and work up to goal 1. Okay. So goal 4, maintaining a commitment to supporting the hiring of a qualified and diverse staff that demonstrates a range of skills and qualifications that support student success. So when we understand who we hire, we ensure every hiring decision and the support that follows moves us closer to excellence. This goal reminds us that we're not just hiring people, but we're hiring people, we're training people, we're making sure they have the skills to do the job. It's about aligning talent, support, and success. So what you see here is the number of new staff that have been hired for this school year. We note that we have a large group of our EC staff or EC teachers have been hired for this year, and so how do we use this data? Why is it important? Well, we look at our data and then we also break it down to know of those 23 teachers, 50% of them are also BTs. That makes a difference in how we develop the training and support for our teachers. So based on that data, we have worked and collaborated with our EC department to make sure that we have monthly professional development that improve the skills across the board for all of our EC teachers. We've also been able to include other staff as needed. So for instance, we have new pre-K teachers that have come to our EC trainings because they also serve our exceptional needs students. Another example of how we use this, knowing that we had a large group of EC teachers, we collaborated earlier in the year, and we heard about that in the fall, to create lead teachers, EC teachers at every school, so that someone was there who could support with compliance, with making sure that we are on track, not just with students, but with paperwork and all the other things that come with EC compliance. So this reflects our commitment. This is only one example of how we use this data, but this reflects our commitment not only to just hiring staff, but also making sure that they have the skills necessary to, so that we have high student outcomes. Next slide. So not only have we tracked our certified staff, we also look at the trends for our classified workforce, particularly in those positions that are critical to daily operations and student support. So for instance, we know we need bus drivers. That's been a high need for the past couple of years. We also know that in our EC teacher assistant population has grown, and we have a lot of new staff there also. So how did we use this data? So one thing we have implemented is that our Orange County employees can now be bus drivers. So we have drivers, staff who can drive a morning route, or they drive an afternoon route, or they serve as a substitute driver. It doesn't only give them the opportunity for extra pay, it also serves us to be able to effectively get our students to school. We also look at the retention strategies for our EC teacher assistants. We know that our EC teacher assistants need specialized skills. And so, for example, another thing we collaborated with is that we just recently offered an employee resource group entitled Student Interactions, Advice to Educators for Interested Staff. So trying to collaborate to make sure that our staff have the skills that is needed to be successful. Next slide. So as we monitor these trends and identify areas of need, it's critical that we're intentional and flexible with strategies. So one of the strategies we have put in place is that we now have a partnership to recruit international teachers. We have been partnering with Participate, which is an international teacher organization, but we are now also partnering with Educational Partners International. The difference being that EPI, the last one, is able to provide us with more secondary individuals. So if you're not familiar with that, these organizations can recruit and sponsor international teachers on a J-1 visa and who can work in the United States for up to 5 years. They bear the cost of doing that, and if you know anything about visas, they're very expensive. So our school-based administrators had the opportunity recently to attend informational meetings, so we're hoping to broaden that out to other schools. Right now we have international teachers at 3 of our schools, but we hope to expand those international teachers across our districts, especially in our dual language or Spanish and those areas. I'd also like to give a huge shout out to our retired teachers, because we have retired teachers that step to the plate every day. They serve as substitutes, they will work 70% when we have leave of absences or vacant positions, and that helps us keep quality education in the classroom. And then and there's a host of things that we continue to do. So oftentimes when we don't have staff, I know our EC department does a great job of contracting so that students are not going without services. If there's a vacancy in OT, PT, or whatever the case may be, they are still getting services from high quality individuals. So all of these efforts help us to respond strategically to staffing challenges. Next slide. So of course, I had to throw a little bit about beginning teachers. It's one of my favorite things to talk about. We do continue to monitor our beginning teacher data. You can see the number of our alternative licensed teachers compared to those who have come through a traditional teacher ed program. So we know that this trend presents an opportunity, but it also comes with a responsibility. So while it expands our talent pool, it also requires us to constantly look at our support and make sure we're being intentional with that. Next slide. So what are we doing? So we are looking at revising our beginning teacher support plan to align with recent policy updates and also align with our new strategic plan. As part of this process, we just pushed out a survey that went to 3 stakeholder groups. It went to beginning teachers as well as lead mentors and then school-based administrators. We aligned the survey with the mentor and beginning teacher standards from the state. So we're asking questions that's aligned with best practice. We had very positive results. So participants were asked to respond to statements using a scale from strongly agree to strongly disagree. So for example, beginning teachers were asked questions such as, my mentor provides feedback that helps me improve my instructional practices. Or another example might be, school administrators are accessible when I need advice or guidance. The lead mentors and the school-based administrator questions responded to similar questions, but it was role specific. So across all questions with all stakeholder groups, we had at least a 70% response of either agree or disagree, strongly agree or agree. And many of those questions fell in the 80 to 90% range. So we had some positive results, but we still want to know more. Next slide. So one of the things that we have done is we also asked our beginning teachers what factors most influence you to stay in the profession and to stay in our district. And so the top 4 factors that were identified were positive school culture and work environment, 2 was student behavior support systems, 3 strong administrative support, and 4 manageable workloads. So next step for us is we have 4 focus groups across 4 different schools that we are going to ask for feedback from, and we are going to use those 4 points to try to identify areas in which we can incorporate into our plan and improve our practices, and hopefully the result will be a higher retention rate. We do have to bring our plan back to you for approval, so we will be back in the fall to talk about that. So another area that we have really focused on this year is national board teachers. We know that the national board process not only supports best practices and higher student growth, it also, there's lots of research to say retention is better among national board teachers. So we did see a 16% increase. We went from 81 to 94 national board certified teachers. Our district's overall percentages continues to rise, but our goal again is 20%. We want to be a distinguished district. So we're going to continue working on that. And we do have some new strategies this year. So next slide. So we have 22 candidates right now that are in the process. They're all at different components. Some are on component 4, some are on 2, but they are in the process of working toward their national boards. So today we offered 2 virtual sessions in a partnership with NC State. They are offering a national board course. They're offering it to us for free. It will be a paid course in the future, but they're offering it to us for free. They want our teachers' feedback and to know how to revise the course. The course has a plethora of resources. So we're proud that we're able to do that for our teachers who are interested. And we had about 10 folks show up today. We also have 3 staff members that we are going to pay a stipend to out of our BT funds and our lead mentor funds to act as readers. And our national board standard supports that. So that our folks going through can have a reader within the guidelines to be able to give feedback. Next slide. So our next goal, which was 3, was that 90% of our vacancies will be filled within 60 working days. Next slide. We continue to track fill rates to establish a baseline for how long positions remain vacant. And it's no surprise that when you get into the year, the further we get in the year, the longer a position will remain vacant, which is great advocacy for early allotments. So we started the allotment process back in January, and we have been talking to principals all week. So they will be set to hire after spring break. Our trends do show that there are some positions that lay vacant longer than others, and we will work with individuals. But overall, we're meeting that goal of under 60 days, so we're pleased with that. Next slide. So in addition, we've also been tracking substitute fill rates. That reflects the number of absences that go unfilled. Now keep in mind that not all absences require substitutes. So we're talking about our teaching positions and in some cases our ECTA positions. So our fill rates have kind of fluctuated throughout the year, but they do provide us with valuable insight to consistency and how much coverage is, because we know when teachers have to cover that it's disruptive, and we want to avoid that at all costs. And so we've done a much better job of that. We have worked with our schools, one, to make sure absent management, which is how subs are coming into our system, that everybody has the same procedures, that they know how to use the system, that we have everybody entered into the system in a timely fashion. So that's a piece of what we put in place. We've also been able to contact subs through our All Sub group, which is an email group, to say we have opening here, would you consider going, to try to help schools be able to get subs when they are short. So please know that teachers are not covering all over the place. That is not the case. And I do believe that our numbers are getting much closer to before COVID in terms of the number of subs we have. So, next slide. So filling positions quickly does strengthen our overall impact on students and schools. So just so you know, this is our vacancy, our current vacancy as of last week. We didn't adjust it for a few new people that came in this week due to the board change, but these are our current vacancies. Overall, we have below a 2% vacancy rate in our certified staff. So I always say, before I leave here, it's gonna be 0. I'm gonna keep working towards that. Haven't got there yet, but we're gonna keep working. But despite this progress, we still know that there's some areas that are challenging. EC is challenging. That is a North Carolina and a nation trend. That's not unique to Orange County. In actuality, our EC teacher vacancy is lower than the state because the state is right at 10%. So, but we continue to make sure that we are recruiting our EC staff. And so one of the strategies that we're putting in place is to make sure that we are bringing in student teachers in the right areas. We have lots of student teachers, but we're trying to make sure that we are setting up our student teachers so that we're recruiting in our hard to fill areas. Next slide. So again, while we look at our certified staff, our classified staff vacancies is just as important. Now, our classified staff vacancy is below 5%, which is still pretty good for this time of year. We continue to explore strategies to address vacancies. So, we talked about some in the past. So, for example, if we have a pool of custodial subs, so when custodians have to be out for a variety of things, our buildings don't go unclean. That is one example of a strategy. We have worked with our retired population in our classified staff also. We have a classified director right now who's coming back to help us, and so we're very thankful for that. We will continue to look at and recruit in our TA population. That has become more challenging, but we are going to recruit at Durham Tech, Alamance Community, and Wake Community. Why those folks? Because they have the early credentials class, the early childhood credentials that's required for pre-K, and many of our TAs go through that pathway. So we will be attending their job fairs, which are coming up in April. Next slide. So addressing vacancies. Next slide. So again, one of the best ways we address vacancies is through student teachers and interns. You can see our numbers, they've remained fairly consistent. One of the things that we know is that we need to do a better job at recruiting within the hard to fill areas. that's been more difficult. And I think that reflects in the number of folks we're hiring, because oftentimes they're ELA, social studies, and areas that is not as challenging to fill. We have student teachers from NC State, Chapel Hill, Elon, Central. We have a student teacher from Liberty this university this semester. So again, if you're out there and you're listening, you want to be a student teacher, we would love to have you. We will make sure that you have the best experience that you possibly can have. So again, we'll continue to do that. Next slide. I have to put in a plug because our job fair is coming up. We are going to host both a virtual section of our job fair and an in-person. We hope that individuals will attend both. We have 156 people registered right now. So we're continuing to work with communications to get that information out there. We did have our alternative license fair in January. We have hired 8 individuals for that in either TA, substitute positions, and many of them are interested in being teachers, so it's a great experience for them also. So in addition to your traditional recruitment methods, we are expanding to reach our methods to try to reach our candidates earlier and more effectively. And one of the ways we want to do that is through digital recruitment. So as we work to attract and retain highly qualified educators, it is essential that we modernize how we connect with them. We know from being professionals that people connect through LinkedIn, they connect through Facebook and social media, but the other way they connect is through texting. And so we are looking and working, we're going to work on the opportunity to be able to text individuals who are interested and who agree to get information about jobs. That will allow us a broader audience and be able to connect with people who've applied over a period of time. So another strategy we have put in place is we want to grow our own teachers. We want our students to see Orange County as the #1 employer in Hillsborough. And so our C&I department has worked really closely with 2 of the staff members, one at Cedar Ridge and one at Orange High School, and they have a future teacher club. Orange High School has 32 students in that club, and Cedar Ridge has 24 students in that club. They have attended, so far they've gone to universities. They have had the opportunity to connect with teaching fellows for scholarship programs. So we're working very hard to be able to, for our own students to see us as their future employer. But not only are we doing that with teachers, we're also doing that for folks who are interested in classified positions. So for example, Friday, we're going to Orange High School's job fair. We're going to talk to them about, have you thought about being a bus driver? If you're interested in the trades, what can we offer you? So that our students come back home to work. Next slide.
Thank you, Connie. Continuing on with priority 3, this was the first year that we created and implemented an annual OCS employee survey with the goal, as you can see, hopefully resulting in 90% of all employees and employee subgroups indicating that OCS is a good place to work and grow. This survey was sent out in January. And next slide, please. So first, we do have some preliminary results from the survey. First is 333 responses, which is a little bit on the low side. We're going to improve that for next year. We did have a few days out for inclement weather, and we didn't want to extend this survey too much. As you heard from Connie, we've got a PT survey out, we have the OCS survey, this year is a teacher working conditions, so we don't want to keep these things open for too long, but we do know we have to do a little bit more to get more responses next year. One of the questions in the survey did ask our employees about what is their interest areas for professional development, and the #1 response rate that came back was learning another language in Spanish. We are, last year, for example, and in years prior, we do have opportunities for our employees to take discounted conversational Spanish at Durham Tech. Getting the results here just means that we will continue with those efforts to increase that. And again, this survey this year was to give us baseline data, right? We haven't done this before, so The other two things I noticed is that some of the key indicators of the last two questions that we ask employees. Is your school or department a good place to work and grow? We did get a response rate of 76.8% agreed or strongly agreed, so that's a little short of 90. But on the flip side, it was less than 10% who disagreed or strongly disagreed. So that neutral category we gotta work on, right? The neutral category, I think, for this question was about 18%. And the same data really follows for the last question on the slide there about that Orange County Schools is a good place to work and grow. Again, we had 73.4% agreed or strongly agreed with that statement, but it was less than 10% that disagreed or strongly disagreed. So not a bad place to work from, and more information to come. It's part of our processes to let our employees know that we're listening, we're asking, we're listening. We're gonna try to then, of course, the follow-up on what we learned from that, which will bear fruit. Okay. Finally, the last goal to talk about tonight, which is goal 1 in our reverse order, is about the proficient teacher retention rate to be above the North Carolina state average of 89.9%. This, we do not, the way this data is reported, we don't get official data until a year after. So we are, right now, the report has come out to the state, but it's in unofficial form, it hasn't gone to the state board. So what we should be receiving information on in March or April, and March is almost over, but it hasn't been official yet, would be the data in 24-25 that we receive in the spring of 26. So that data is coming. We will report that out in October when we come back before you for our update. The unofficial data looks like we are in the range. So, but again, we'll stay tuned. We'll give you there. We'll see you back again in October to report. Next slide, please. So you've seen this slide in previous presentations too about existing and planned strategies. Most of these have already been addressed by Connie in her presentation. A few things that I do wanted to mention, some of the things that we talked about, like HR accessibility. We've been out to just about every school to have lunch in the cafeterias, give information to employees, hear what they have to say. That's something we're gonna look to continue moving forward. I do want to talk about supporting teacher leadership opportunities under the retention aspect there. Connie's already mentioned about the EC leads, but the ATR grant application that you've heard about before, due to state funding that we cannot control from the state, our proposal was, I think, fairly well regarded in the scoring system, but it wasn't one of the top 2. There was only 2 grants of ATR this past year. There was some talk about the folks who helped us, the consortium that helped us write this ATR grant, to try to get private funding. I'm not sure where that, I don't think that's gonna be feasible for this year. And so the current advice that we have is that they're resubmitting the application with changes that they learned from this year for next year. So that's to be determined. But it is still in play as we are constantly seeking ways to support our teachers through state money, and that's again what the National Board certification is a great vehicle for us to do that, and everybody wins the more we can support National Board certification. And next slide, I think we are ready for questions. Before we start, I do want to say that I think you all do realize how lucky Orange County Schools is to have Connie Burr-McCaltz as a resource for the district. Her and the staffing team just make my job 10 times easier, and I suspect makes everyone in this room's job a little bit easier. So, but any questions? We're happy to respond.
Carrie?
One brief question. Thank you so much. Really appreciate this presentation, and all the initiatives look really like meaningful and effective. And tell me again what the there's Participate, which I'm familiar with. What did you say the newer opportunity was for international teacher partnerships?
So the company is Education Partners International, EPI is its acronym. They're a long-established company as well that does the same thing, gets the visas, prepares them. We have contracted with them, so they're on the board. the participate for most of our experience with them has been limited to elementary school positions and like dual language and and foreign language speakers. But EPI has a greater resource for secondary science and math throughout the world to prevent. So we wanted to expand our opportunities there.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Sarah?
This was great. It's great to see all of the progress, and I'll also say, like, I think the approach that you're taking to beginning teachers of like surveying them and then digging a little bit deeper with the focus groups and everything, like figuring out how to retain more of those folks and have them be very effective and happy is huge. And I think it seems like you're approaching it in a really thoughtful way. I'm really excited about, as well as the employee survey. And it's great to know that of that, whatever percent that didn't put strongly or agreed, like you've got a lot in that neutral category. So like you said there, and I'm excited for the ways that you're going to respond to like the themes that you have in that. One like tip I have that you may already know from like these kinds of staff engagement surveys is not just to like do the thing that is responsive, but also to like communicate that you are doing that thing in response to the survey, like because people don't always put those things. You might just have more Spanish language courses and not say, we got this feedback from you and we are acting on it by doing this thing. Like it is not everybody recognizes when you're responding to them always. The question I had was around the subs. So I saw last year we hired a lot of subs, and in the hire data it was like 157 versus 103 this year, but then we do have like 140 something subs. So is there a reason we're like hiring fewer subs this year? Do we feel like we're at a certain capacity, or?
So we didn't actually hire fewer subs. Usually we bring back subs every year in the beginning of the year for approval. And we made the decision not to bring back people who were actively subbing. They've already been approved by you. So that's the gap you see.
Okay.
So that's why the numbers look a little different. But in essence, I don't remember the exact number, but we have about 156 active subs right now. So that would be
that's very
kind of
yeah, thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I also had a question on subs. In looking at pay on number 14 here, what is the trend on absences that require substitutes? Because I see that September 66, and then is it really holiday related, November, December, and then we got February? What is the correlation then of people being out?
So in terms of days, these are only, what shows up in our data are only the days in which school is in. So no holidays would be included in that, right? And work days would not be included. So what this shows you is the number of requested subs that were actually filled by a substitute. Now, there are some nuances in the data, and this is certainly baseline data. We haven't collected this before. So one of the nuances I can tell you is that oftentimes when a TA is the person requesting the sub, the school is saying, we would rather our own staff cover it. So I think the data is probably much better than it looks here. But we have to work those nuances out throughout this year to kind of establish a baseline, and then where do we go from there?
Okay. I have one more.
Go ahead.
I have one more. When it comes to the international teachers, can you educate me, please, on how it works? How do they get paid? Do they get the same pay as our American teachers? And do they get insurance? How does that work? My concern is that their rights are being protected as being here working for the United States.
No, so they get where they fit in the salary scale for their experience, that's where they get paid. There is a fee, the company sort of charges a fee for when you actually make a hire, right? There's no charge as you're sort of going through the interview process, but if you actually contract with a teacher to come, there's a fee, and those fees can be different per company. The district has some savings, okay, when we hire an international teacher. For example, both Participate and EPI provide health insurance. So there's no health insurance costs from our perspective as it is, if it's not an international teacher, there is a district cost to pay for health insurance. Also with an international teacher, they're not tapped into the retirement system. So that cost is also not borne by the district, and you add up the savings that you don't have for, in a sense, not paying for retirement, not paying for healthcare, because that's part of the contractual arrangement. Those go to mitigate the cost to the company to actually secure the services. So, but yes, they are eligible for our supplemental benefits, they have health insurance through the organization, and they get paid where they should fall on the salary scale.
Jeff, can I just have one, but they have all the same legal rights as teachers who are US citizens, so they're treated as teachers, and they're treated the same under board policy. There is a federal law limit on 5 years that they can stay in the country on the visa. So that's just the nature of the visa.
Bonnie?
Yeah, so thank you for this. I don't know if it's me or you, but somehow, Ms. Rimmer, I'm following you a lot better than I ever have. You have so much to say, and you say it so quickly, I think you've slowed down or something, but thank you, a lot of information. I'm thrilled to see what you're doing with the BTs. It feels like, we have so many coming in and protecting them and keeping, converting them to experienced teachers seems like the holy grail for us. And I was curious if you have any idea of how many of our beginning teachers make it to, is it 3 years the magic?
5.
5?
But they're not beginning, they're 1 through 3 is
1
beginning,
through
but it's
3.
5 years that's the magic.
Okay, but really, it's like if they're getting to 3, we're in good shape, right?
So we do keep that data, we report it out in the fall. We don't report it out in the spring because statistically speaking, it really looks really good, but it's only a few folks. And let me also say to you in response to the work we've done, I have to thank our other partners because HR has really been able to collaborate with our other departments. And oftentimes we're facilitating, but like our EC department has been there training people, working hard with our staff. So it's been a great to be able to collaborate with our other departments and be able to push out things that based on our data. So I do want to thank them and say, CNI has really worked on the teacher cadet program, so it's been a very collective effort.
Okay.
But we will come out with that data in the
I
fall.
look forward to that. So I just want, last year, Mr. Coe, you made a really compelling case that when we track retention, we should track retention of our proficient teachers because we don't really care about that's the goal, that's what we want to have. And so I'm just a little confused because I went back to the October data just to see that there was one number says that we retained 82.58% of our classroom teachers, and then another number said, and it was teacher turnover data, NCDPI, and it was much higher, it was like over 90% retention. So what's the difference?
Yeah, well, I'm gonna let Connie explain that since she's, as you said,
Yeah,
crazy to understand.
we're tracking here.
Okay. So in terms of official state teacher turnover data, we get a file literally every July, and we use that file to determine why people are leaving. They have to give a reason code and a percent. That is not official state data, however. Now, the file is, but the way the state calculates it is much different. And so when you go to the official state report, they look at attrition. So for instance, I'll tell you something that they look at that's different. If a person moves from one school to the next, it counts for attrition at the school level, but it doesn't count for attrition at the district level. If a person moves from a teaching position to an administrative position in a different county, it does not count as attrition at the state level, but we count it because they left us, right? So two separate things. In addition to that, the other thing that would be is that official data is running a year in behind. And so the unofficial data we are giving you is based on the current summer, that hiring season for that year. Does that make sense?
That makes sense. So, and I would say, maybe really as we think about the strategic plan and going forward and metrics for the strategic plan, it would really be nice to say what's meaningful and really because you're doing the right things. So what's a meaningful way to measure it and report it, right? Because the state data doesn't sound like the state data is really.
I think if we had the druthers, we wouldn't necessarily report it the same way as the state, but we have to follow the state because that's where the numbers are coming from.
Right, but when you report internally and to the public and the board, you know, because you're holding a much higher standard, right? So, anyway, thank you, very good stuff.
All right, any other comments, questions? So I just had a couple. One, thank you for always using pictures within the district. I really appreciate that. The other one is, can you say a little bit more about the Teaching Fellow grant? And I think it's so important. I got the honor of sitting and hearing a lot more detail in it at Orange High as they were coming in to give us the grant. And I think it would benefit the board hearing about that because it's really, to me, a way different way to attract at that level beyond the clubs, right? Where we're actually getting, I think we got 55K is for the grant we got, not just for this, but I think it would be beneficial to just, if you can, speak a little bit about it.
So just in general, Teaching Fellows is a scholarship program. It's been around for a long time. I was a teaching fellow, that's probably giving away my age, but it's a scholarship program. The one thing it does do is afford the opportunity, not just for scholarship, but opportunities to learn, starting from freshman year on, that may not be available to all students. And so we have recently, the way HR is partnering with the Teaching Fellows Program is that our alternative licensure folks, they have broadened the field of who can participate. So our alternative folks who are math, science, EC, elementary ed, or STEM can apply to be a part of that program at, I think there are 11 universities across North Carolina. And so we had someone come in and educate them on what to do, and if they wanted to participate, and they could apply Teaching Fellows. Now, the grant is separate in that the grant is money we receive from the Teaching Fellow, and that may be, there are different sections, I don't see Dr. Pack back there, she may want to, but for us, there is sections about recruitment, there is funding in regards to the clubs and whatnot. I don't know that all the details have been worked out yet, but we definitely have received it and are working through how that is going to be spent. And we have a budget with line items and whatnot. So I don't know, Dr. Pat, did you want to?
Happy to chime in. So I think, are you asking about the grant and what we're doing?
Yes.
So a big portion of the grant is focused on current students and recruiting them into the profession. And so I think Connie alluded to it earlier that we are sponsoring future teacher clubs at each high school. That's our first step. We have a robust already enrollment in that, and those students have been already on field trips and are actually going to be on field trip on Wednesday to one of the local universities. I can't remember which one. I know the first one they went to was UNC Charlotte, to look at their teacher ed programs and talk to folks there who are in their teacher ed programs. So that's a piece of it. And then we're using some of the grant funding to also build out some pathways for our students. So I don't want to get too ahead of the curve because we're still working with our community college partners. But in the future, soon, maybe in the next year or so, we should have a pathway for students to be able to start in high school, graduate from high school with a portion of their college already done, and going straight into the teaching profession, including like an education course that is like an early teacher ed course in high school. And then there'll be internships around that where they'll be working in the schools, in our schools, getting some early experience. So we're excited about that and looking forward to that coming to fruition.
And just to add on to that, in the CTE program, we've actually had a recognition of multiple students that have interned at like Grady Brown and have done a fantastic job. And those are some other exciting things that paint this picture. I just wanted to highlight those because it's such a wonderful story to see that, and the students from Cedar Ridge to be able to walk across the street, get that experience, and share that out so early. So I just wanted to make sure, everybody got to hear a little bit more. Thank y'all so much.
Can I?
Sure.
I just have a question about EC, and if you are running into any problems with other districts offering special supplements for EC.
No, I know that some do, but has that been a reason for folks not to come here? No.
Okay.
You know, if you look at individuals at the university level who are actually going through EC programs, the numbers are not high. I think the recruitment is a statewide and even a nationwide problem. And again, our vacancy rate is lower than the states. It's much lower actually than the states, so no.
Okay, great, thank you.
All right, thank y'all so much. We appreciate it. All right. Next, we have the superintendent's recommendation for the operating budget.
Good evening, Chair Atherton, Vice Chair Padilla, board members, superintendent, staff, and listening community. I am here to share with you the superintendent's recommended budget for the upcoming academic year 26-27. Next slide. Next slide. As always, I don't think we can highlight this enough. We have had a phenomenal year. 100% of our schools met or exceeded growth for the first time ever. Wanted to take the opportunity again to just highlight the great things that our staff are doing in our schools and throughout the district. I won't spend the time reading this to you because I know we've all seen it multiple times, but do just want to take every opportunity we can to continue to elevate it. Next step. Again, here, what I think I want to highlight is that all of the subgroups in Orange County Schools grew in grade level proficiency. As you can see, there's all of the data that is listed out there for you for how those grew individually, but overall we saw growth in all of them. Next slide. Again, more than 95% of middle school students in Math 1 were proficient, and our cohort graduation rate increased by 8 points. Again, more data is listed there for you so you can see all the wonderful things that are happening, but I did want to elevate those. And finally, New Hope Elementary ranked in the top 100 in the state for growth. They ranked number 1 for pre-K through 5 school in North Carolina, and number 4 in the state for any school that has pre-K. And then we had 5 of our other schools ranked in the top 12% for growth. So we've been working on the budget for a while now. Of course, before February, this process kind of starts basically in October. But what I wanted to share with you tonight is what the process is going to be going forward. As you can see here, when we come back before you on April the 20th, we will be looking for approval of our local operating budget, for which at that time it becomes your budget. Right now, we're making the recommendation to you as a superintendent's budget, but when you approve it, it will become the board's budget. We will then provide that information to county commissioners, where they will be able to see our request. The county manager will then, on May the 5th, make a presentation to his board about what he recommends our funding to be. There will be a series of public hearings afterwards, and then by June the 16th, we shall know what our funding will be for the next school year. So as we know, and I've talked about multiple times, our funding is driven by our students. So the number of kids that we have actually show up and sit in the seats in our classrooms are what we get funding for. As you can see here, and as we'll continue to talk about throughout the presentation, we are anticipating a 182 decrease in funding for our upcoming fiscal year. This is based on actual numbers. If you recall, the state changed the way that they provide funding for school districts. So they actually look at the previous year's actual best of day 20 or best of day 40, and that's how your funding is set. So we already know that we're gonna see a decrease in our funding for 182 students. Our charter school students are leveling out. We have an increase of 32. And we had an increase of 24 out-of-district students, so that net billing base shows us a decrease of 174. This is just a graph picture of what was on the previous slide so that you can see the 10-year trend of what our enrollment has been. This is not an anomaly for Orange County schools. This is something that is happening across the nation and is definitely happening in the state of North Carolina. Most LEAs across the state will see a decrease in their funding for the upcoming fiscal year. Overall, the number of students decreased 35,000 in North Carolina. As you can see here, every grade saw a decrease except for 4th grade and 12th grade, but overall, and those are anomalies, not sure what the explanation is, but other than cohorts are moving through, and just wanted to elevate that our decrease in students is not something that is just known to Orange County schools. Here is a look at what those demographics, our students, look like by race, and as you can see here, our largest shift occurred in our white population over the last 5 years. That has been the biggest decrease of about 4.3%. Added some new information for us to take a look at this year that I think would be helpful and beneficial. The first here is a graph of our teachers in comparison to the number of students. This is something that DPI tracks as well as legislators track, and they're keeping an eye on this just to make sure that districts are keeping those numbers close, because when they're not close, that's when school districts are seeing that they are getting into trouble expending fund balances when they're not adjusting their staffing to reflect the number of students that they actually have coming in. As you can see here, we're doing a really good job of that. Our biggest gaps were in the COVID years when we had those ESSER funds, where we were able to have staffing that was not as much aligned with our students, but as you can see, we're doing really, really good. Here is information where you can see what those teachers are by funding source, and this kind of is just to show you how important local funds are and how our staffing is shifting, because we are getting capped, we're losing more state funds, and we're having to shift to other resources, and that is what this graph here depicts. Switching gears, this shows what our expenses are by funding source. As you can see, the state still supplies supports the largest percent of our expenditures with 58 million. 47 million is in our local budget, and the little box that's broken out there is to show you of the local budget how much is going to support where we're capped on the state side. So as you can see, for fiscal year 26, we have roughly 3.1 million of our local budget that is going to where the state doesn't fund us and caps us on our exceptional children as well as our limited English proficiency students. Wanted to add this in here because this is a large component of our budget is the benefit cost. $8,812 is what is projected that we will be paying per employee for health insurance coverage next fiscal year. and retirement at 25.15%. So when, every time we hire an individual, we have to account for those costs in our budget. Next, I'll give you a synopsis of where we are on our state budget right now. We have got our planning allotments from the state for next fiscal year, and, we have been talking about that we were anticipating a decrease, and of course, they are reflecting that. They are saying we're gonna lose 8 positions, 7.5 of those will be classroom teacher positions. And we're losing 6 months of employment between our CTE and school building administration line items. They fund us based on actual months of employment, and then when you look at our dollars, we're actually looking at around 1.5 to 1.7 million. That number's a little inflated. The transportation decrease of 743,000. They determined there was an error. So that number is actually $100,000 less, but it's still a decrease that we will be seeing in our transportation allotment for next fiscal year. Now let's talk about our continuation budget. Our priorities remain to recruit and retain high-quality staff, student proficiency and growth, and to continue to allocate our resources to where they meet the needs of our student and our staff. I'll take a little time here because I know this, when you first look at it, you're like, oh my gosh. So we know that for this fiscal year, we received a 3% increase from the county because we were anticipating a budget salary increase of 3% for our staff. Well, we don't have a state budget. So in actuality, we've not implemented any staff increases other than what was legislated to this point. So the question is, where's the 3% and how have we spent the 3%? So that's what I'm trying to reflect for you here. We requested $1.8 million to implement a 3% salary increase as well as the anticipated benefit increases for this fiscal year. The county approved giving us $1.6 million. So that is a $200,000 gap over what we asked for. Of the $1.6 million, $700,000 has already been expended to support the staff increases that were mandated that the state did not give us funding for. So the state said, you gotta move all your certified staff up and give them this experience step on the scale, which is roughly $1,000 annually per staff, but they did not give us the funding for that. So we didn't get the funding for that step increase, nor did we get the funding for the benefits associated with it. So of the 1.6, $700,000 has been spent in support of that. So if we close out this fiscal year without a state budget, there are probability that there will be fund balance that will be added this fiscal year as a result of that. However, we still don't know what's going to occur. They could come back and implement a salary increase. They could come back and tell us to do one-time bonuses. Right now, we're just not sure. I hope after they come back in April that we'll have a better indication. And I definitely want to see staff get pay increases. But, it puts us in a really difficult position when we're planning and we're trying to ask for funding from the county when we don't have a budget right now and don't know where we could land for this fiscal year. So.
Rhonda, can I stop you just on this slide? What you're saying is we have $900,000 waiting for state raises, that you would ask for 3% to cover to cover state
yes.
raises, and since they haven't given us any raises, you're holding you're holding $900,000.
I have it reserved for staff increases.
Okay.
Should
Should
And
that-
benefit, staff and benefit increases.
Can I just say, because for a lot of the year, we anticipated them passing it, and then that would be in arrears, you'd have to spend it, but the closer it gets to the end of the school year, the less likely that is to happen, right?
They can still retro it back to July.
Okay.
You know, it poses lots of challenges, but they still have the ability, and typically when they do implement raises, they do implement them retroactive back to the beginning of the first fiscal year.
Okay. Thank you.
So now let's talk about our continuation budget for this year. So, talking with colleagues across the state, talking with my partner in Chapel Hill, we agreed to ask for 4% on our current continuation budget for next year, because again, we really don't know where to land. So we recommend asking for a 4% salary increase, as well as the associated 25.15% retirement and the $8,212 in the hospitalization. And then also, we've included in here, which we rarely get, is a 4% CPI factor on our non-salary related items for our utilities, our fuel, all of those other items that we're continuing to see our expenses increase. We try to account for those as well. Usually, we've not been funded that, and so we always have to ensure that we are able to cover staff salaries, and then we would just make cuts in other places in the budget to offset any of the increases that we actually see in those non-salary related items. So that gets our continuation budget request to $48.8 million, which is basically a $2 million increase over this current fiscal year. So next, let's talk about expansion. As Dr. Jones talked about in her comments, we think it's very important to continue to advocate for our staff and to advocate for being able to keep compensation competitive. So our recommendation is that we hold and continue to bring forth the expansion initiatives that we have for the last 2 years, which would be increasing our teacher local supplements, 3% in each band, increasing our classified supplement. Our lowest paid classified supplement right now is 7%. We recommend again trying to get it to 9%, and then also to take a look at that bus driver hourly pay to try to get us in alignment with Chapel Hill. I'm gonna fly through these because they're just a repetition of what we have asked for the last 2 years. So again, here's a depiction of where our supplements are in comparison to those districts that neighbor us. It was asked for us to take a look at Adam Chatham, but because of the way that their supplement tier is structured, it was impossible. We could not get an apples to apples comparison because they give flat dollar amounts, and it's different based upon if you are bachelors, if you're masters, it's different. So it was, we really had no way that we could do that, so I apologize for that. But as you can see here, you know, we're kind of off the mark, particularly in our upper years, that 14 to 20 years. I did want to add that I took a look at this data for across the state, and Orange County Schools is ranked 12th in our supplements when you look at every public school unit across the state. Of course, Chapel Hill is first, and Alamance is 37th, and Durham is 10th. Next slide. Here are our current staff by the certified supplement bands. Our bands are structured as you see here, going from 12% to 18%. These are the number of staff that are currently there and what percentage they are of the total. Again, this is a breakdown of how the 3% would roughly equate to needing an additional 1.3 million. And that would allow us to change our supplement tiers from 12 to 15% and then 18 to 21% in those upper years. Now let's talk about classified local supplements. The largest group of our employees fall in 7% range, which is 253 of our staff. Our recommendation is that we take a look at those and try to get funding to increase that to 9%. So we would only have 2 classified supplement bands then. It would be 9% and 13%. This focuses on staff that are receiving the lowest percentage, and a lot of times it is our lower paid staff. It touches a lot of folks: teacher assistants, bookkeepers, receptionists, custodians, technicians, child nutrition. It touches a lot of individuals. A 2% increase would average about $617 per employee. That's an average, considering some are going to be higher and some are going to be lower, depending upon where you are on the scale. 250 plus employees would see an increase, and the district would need roughly $300,000 to implement that. Bus driver pay, again, we would really love to advocate to get in alignment with Chapel Hill, if nothing more, to be able to do some sharing of resources between the 2 districts. Whereas right now, that's challenging, and we can't do it because we don't pay at the same level that they do. As you can see here, where the orange, lighter orange bar, the red one can be misleading. But of course, Chapel Hill, again, is at the top here in regards to what they are paying their bus drivers. In order to implement a bus driver pay scale that would be equivalent, we would need roughly an additional $305,000 in local funding to be able to implement that. So, in summary, again, our student billing base is going down roughly 174 students to 7,751. We are asking for 1.96 million for our continuation increase, which is 4% on our salaries, as well as the benefit and all of the benefit costs. That roughly is $254 per pupil increase just for our continuation. Our expansion budget is 1.9 million, which would be roughly an additional $250 per pupil. So between the 2, we're looking at an additional $504 per pupil. Next slide here, you can see what our per pupil funding history has been for the last 6 years. Of course, the column on my far right is the increase that we have seen in each of those years. Rounding out, local operating fund balance for when we ended 25, our audited fund balance was roughly 5.5 million. And as I just talked about, if we don't get a budget, there is probability that we will be reserving those funds again. I do want to say, keep in mind that as we're adding funds to fund balance, we're also losing federal funds. We're continuing to lose state funds, and we're wanting to ensure that we're continuing to offer the best that we can for our students and to keep all of the additional staff that we have in our schools there. So that's all I have. Now what are your questions for me?
All right, Board. Ani?
I'll start with a really simple one. So someday North Carolina will have a budget, right?
Yeah.
So technically, and maybe better after today,
Maybe.
technically, we have you're budgeting assuming a 3% increase this year, which hasn't materialized yet, plus 4% next year, so a total of a 7% increase, if everything goes well.
Well, don't forget about what we've already had to fund that we didn't get money for. So it's not really truly 3%.
Okay, I guess here's what I'm trying to get to is, from an employee's perspective, and also the county is gonna look at this and go, well, we gave you 3% last year, what'd you do with it, right? You know, I'm just trying to say, true it up and say, what's the number? So maybe it's a scenario. Scenario one is the state ends up next year with nothing this year, 4% next year, right? That's one option. Option two is they say nothing this year and maybe go to 6% next year because they didn't give a raise. And option three is to do something retroactive. So I'm just trying to say, if you're an employee of Orange County Schools and you get a supplement increase, it's gonna be on an increased base salary, right?
Correct.
So that's what I'm, right? So it could be a 4% increase we don't know what it's gonna be yet, but I've got my, we don't know what it's gonna be yet, but, that's all. But it's 2 years of state increases that haven't been delivered. This
We have
year and next year.
1 year that's not been delivered.
1 year not
and
been, and then
we're-
next year.
Yeah,
Two
we're in-
uncertain years of state salary. So I'm just trying to say what's the whole number is. The point is, it looks better when you add it on to increased staff salaries. So, for example, if you give classified staff a 2% increase in their supplement, they'll get an average of $617 plus whatever they get from the state.
True, but my caution would be sustaining that and ensuring that we have the funds to be, we can't just focus on this first year. We've got to be able to focus on sustaining that going forward.
I understand, I'm not saying that we do it, I'm just projecting that the state's gonna give us something, so assuming the state gives us, let's say, 4%, which is what you're projecting. The state does 4% and nothing this year, worst case scenario. The 2% increase will be on whatever the salary is, plus 4%.
Yes.
That's all, I'm not asking for a advance on what the state may or may not do. Uncertainty seems to be our budget principle right now. But I'm just trying to say, it'll look better for our employees than just this, hopefully it will be better for our employees than just the supplement increase. I just, right, does anyone care about that? I mean,
Yes.
it's just confusing because it's 2 years of.
Just, I don't have other comments, so I'm just gonna, and thank you. But just to Bonnie's point, on the one hand, it's confusing to the employees because you're actually getting more because you're getting a salary increase and a supplement percent increase, supposedly, if we could actually do these things. But then, in terms of confusing as we present to the commissioners, it's not like we're really asking for a 3% and a 7% increase because, that it hasn't gone through from the state's demanded that we increase pay that they aren't funding us to increase, and then we also have all the non-state funded positions that we have to pay for ourselves. So yeah, there are two ways that the numbers can be confusing to two different groups of people, and it's worth pointing out what you pointed out.
I think the commissioners are gonna ask what happened.
Yeah.
They're gonna go back to where they are, right? So I just want us to know where they think we are. And anything can happen, right? I mean, it's really uncertain, it's kind of so sad that you're having to work through this and the uncertainty. It's a great presentation.
Sarah?
I agree, it's a great presentation, I like some of the new slides, I think it's a really clear, and I'm glad that we have the walkthrough of what happened last year and this point about their only about 900,000 of that is left because of the mandated stuff that was unfunded. I think is a really good point. A couple of other things that could be helpful to think about including in our presentation or request to the commissioners. One is the growth, so we have the student demographics by race, but we don't have a slide of the student demographics growth in our numbers or percent of EC students, English language learner students, AIG, economically disadvantaged, like some of the other facets of our student body that have changed over time that are part of why, we're spending so much more local money on. It's like that we're spending so much more money on locally on exceptional children and language learners because of the state caps and because of their bigger share of our population, I think, than in the past. I'm not sure about all groups, but I know for English language learners, that's true. So something to think about is whether that could be a helpful thing to add. And then I had a question about the transportation cut of like over $600,000. Is that purely based on ADM? Does that also have to do with our efficiency rating and the impact of, like, has our efficiency, I forget the name of the metric.
No, our efficiency has not decreased that significantly. That formula is really difficult and has a lot of components, but ADM is a component of that. They look at prior year expenditures, they factor that in, they factor in your efficiency, they factor in Chapel Hill's efficiency, and then they also factor in your students. And so that, we were anticipating a hit, probably not to 600,000, more along the lines of 4, but yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of money. I imagine we'll have to, I can't imagine we can just like cleanly cut transportation routes the same way. You know, it's one of these things that's kind of like step levels of buses.
We're already planning, for this, and planning as far as, the way that we're stocking for this year in regards to our parts and our tires and, all of those things. And we're taking, some looks at some of those areas that we might be able to trim. But yeah, we're already planning and taking a look at that.
Bonnie?
Do you have any sense, I know Alamance, I just saw they just asked for a $4 to $5 million budget increase for staff raises. I don't know where Durham is, or Wake, right? But I'm just curious, but they're not cutting the salaries, they're cutting their budget, but they're not cutting. I mean, remember you showed the competition, and when you showed our rank, Wake, Durham, Chatham are all paying master's pay on top of that, so it puts their ranks even higher. But, I lost my question. I lost my question, keep going, I'll come back to it, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I have it. So if these other districts get raises, our salaries will fall even further so that their salaries, if they go up, ours will fall even further behind. My point being is, and you did a great job with the strategic planning finance group, but you helped shape the supplement is what we use to keep our salaries competitive, whereas the state raises are kind of baseline for everything. So everybody gets the increase in the state raises, but Orange County Schools stays competitive with our neighboring districts with our supplement, which we haven't increased in a long time. So the numbers you're showing today are today's data, but tomorrow's data could be different, because other districts are fighting hard for teachers' raises. Am I?
So I do know that Alamance has it as part of their expansion budget as well. Chapel Hill does not. I haven't heard Durham's budget presentation, but I think, it's something that all districts continually look at is their local supplement, because that is what keeps them competitive with the counties that border and touch them.
Yeah. Well, and Dr. Jones opened the meeting with this. You all are doing everything right. Several districts overspent their budgets to give raises. we did everything right. You've got a healthy fund balance. We've been managing the staff. Our teachers and staff are doing an amazing job, you know, so so our challenge is gonna be to convince the commissioners that this is really important. I mean, it's a great job, it's the right thing to do, you know, and we just have to do it.
Sarah?
My question was actually about the fund balance, and is that whole amount, the 5.5 that was left at the end of last year, was that all unassigned fund balance? Do we have some part of it that's assigned fund balance?
It's all pretty much unassigned at this point.
And so there's like this, and then on top of that, there's like that 900,000 or so that is semi-assigned, like kind of just held for, in case, with the salary.
It is designated in our budget right now, but if it does not materialize, we're just letting you know that, you know, there could be an increase in what is put back into fund balance that when we close out this fiscal year, and this is why.
Other comments, questions?
Thank you for the details, and I hope that whoever's watching this, that they can go to the county commissioners and request that they fund our schools, and then all parents go down to the Capitol and do the same. That would be great, right? There's only so much we can do with the uncertainty and the funds that we don't have yet. But I have a question for you. It's related to budget and also in a way non-related. We've had people come over tonight, or speakers, to request to reinstate their band fund. So what has that been in the past, do you know? Like, what has been the budget for them, and can we put that in the budget for future conversation for the board? It seems like they
I
keep
would have
asking.
to go back and do some research to get
Okay.
you what that number is specifically, to be able to tell you. I can tell you it is in the local budget, and I can tell you, yes, you can fund it, we'll just have to take it from somewhere else. So, you know, if that's the will of the board to do that, we can do that. We would just have to take those funds from another place.
Okay.
I actually have those numbers, and so Orange High School Band is provided with district local funds each year. This year, Orange High School Band program received $21,390 in district local funds. Those funds have been used for supplies and materials, including instruments, which equated to about $13,000, instrument repair, $3,970, and marching band fee waivers, $4,420. Now, when we look at each of our middle school and high school bands that there are allocated district local funds, that allotment totals about a little over $70,000 for middle and high school bands. We do review programming allotments, and so currently that is about a little over $300,000 in local funds for programming. We also have to fund, provide supplements, or you call them grants, for athletics. So it's a little over $92,000. Cultural arts is a little over $100,000. That includes visual arts, performing arts, music. And then we have IB, and then we also have a special fund for our Swim for Charlie for elementary schools, which is about $22,000. I believe this was shared previously, and I can share it again with the board so that you can have that. You know, when we start looking at funding specific programs, an increase in funding for one, we really have to take an overall approach. And so, but we're happy to do whatever the board's desire is with that, but just wanted to share that, but I'll reshare that with you as well, so that you have the exact numbers.
Then I am wondering how there's issues with transportation. I guess there's issues with.
That was a
Okay.
question. You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So is that is the transportation broken out in those numbers for the
No, so we provide the money to the school, and the band directors they manage that. And so we do have a new band director at Orange High School that I think the principal has been working with him, and I'm just gonna be honest, he's quite pleased with the resources that we have provided him coming from out of this district into Orange County schools. He's been really happy with, from what I hear, with the resources that we are providing the schools. It is a large sum, and the band directors do decide how they want to utilize and spend that money. Same with athletics and every other program. Like, they have to have their budget, they work with their principal, they present that, and they utilize that however they see fit. And then when, you know, they do fundraisers to supplement that, and I know a lot of you have, either you support the fundraisers or you have children that do the fundraisers, and we all support them, right? But that's how they build up their budgets as well.
So we don't know, I bought the cookies that I can't eat.
You can eat some of them.
So we don't know if transportation is part of the budget. That's something that the band director.
It should be part of their budget at the school level.
Got
So
it.
we don't manage that for them, and we don't break that out for them. They may have in the past received an additional set of funds for transportation, but I don't know why we didn't take that away. I think that's been gone for some years now, probably due to reduced funding. And so, like Mr. Rath explained, you know, as we begin looking at our local budget decreasing, I mean, we're looking at, what was it, 600 or so, $600 to $700,000 for transportation alone. So we have to make up that difference somewhere too. We're planning for that now, so, you know, it's hard to provide additional when you're continuing to get cut. And so we provide the supplements, we review them, the grants, whatever you want to call them, for band, for athletics. We don't do it per pupil, but we do it just based on historical data on what what they have used in the past to sustain them.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions or comments?
This looks great, thank you, Rhonda.
I'd like to make a recommendation for consideration for going to the county. You know, we were underfunded to start with from the county significantly, 200K. And then we got hit with unfunded mandates. And we already know the county's gonna have a challenge of 21, they got it down to 19 million. The state's already saying they're cutting 8 positions. And I believe we should advocate for this and try to get this. But I think we should put another item on there as an option, which is a one-time bonus to our teachers and staff that is actually getting the results done, and have that as an option versus just the pay increases that Ms. Rath, as you highlighted, we have to figure out how to sustain that. And I'm worried about our ability to do that versus trying to get a one-time bonus or incentive, if you will, to our teachers and staff that's doing this hard work and getting the results, and us not having a way to advocate in a different way. And I'm just recommending it come back to the finance committee as, what would that look like? What would be a recommendation? I don't have a preference on what that number would be. I think it would be thoughtful to just come out with a recommendation on that as an option. Because if we can't do the sustained, I think that would be something that would be helpful if we had it as an option, so.
Yeah, I think we should hold that out there. We have $5 million fund balance to $5.5 million, and so I like the idea. I think we should be looking at all of it, so, because I really, and I'm begging, if we're on, begging the public to come out, as to Ms. Padilla's point, the public, teachers, kids, parents need to show up at the county commissioner hearing. We'd like to hear from you if you support the budget, but they need to show up and they need to say that we pay high taxes because we expect our teachers to be paid well, and our staff, not just our, so we need to come out. But if the county doesn't come where we want, I think the fund balance is a good backup plan, either to supplement or, you know, but I wanna go in there thinking we're gonna get money.
I'm saying to put it on there as an option too. If they say, I'm not gonna give you all of that, but I'll give you the bonus, I'd love for them to give it to us versus dipping into our fund balance. I mean, we're going with the options to get it.
Well, there's others then, I think we would talk about the committees, because there's several
Yeah.
options to where we can get the money from.
I mean, I don't love putting that out to them as an option, because I think having it on the table is an easy, like, way to give us some money that isn't the full amount of money. Like, we didn't get all of this funding, and what should we do? I'm like open to discussing that, but like, I don't like the idea of proactively putting that out as a choice personally. I think we should ask for the increases that we think are
Well,
the
just-
like proper, like, long-term
Let me
solution.
just put it out there. I am perfectly in support of giving them the supplements and the bonus. I fully support doing both. Because they didn't get anything last time. And this would be a bonus for what they've done and been doing. So I wouldn't propose it as, you know, one or the other. I'd propose it as they deserve it.
I think Sarah's point, because there's so many unknown numbers. We don't know what the state raises are gonna be, we don't know what the state raise for this year's gonna be, we don't know what the state raise for next year's gonna be. But I think that is a contingency that we could either supplement with or use, but I think that's our business. I don't know if that's the county commissioners, up to the county commissioners. I think that's up to our board when we see how the numbers settle, right?
Yeah, all I'm asking for is us to come into the finance committee
Yep,
with the number, and we can go from there. That's all I'm asking for. I'm not asking for us to make a decision tonight, and we shouldn't, but.
We can give
We
some
can
rough,
discuss that.
yeah, we can give some rough numbers tonight based on however you want to proceed with any type of bonus, right? The hard part is we're in limbo with the state. That puts us in a hard position. We're also in limbo with the county commissioners. So that's going to put us in a hard position as well, depending on the decision that they make with how they plan to fund us moving forward. They have a shortfall in their budget. They are looking at funding us differently than they've been funding us, and we could take a cut there. And so with those unknowns from the state right now, we have been very conservative. From the federal government, we have been very conservative. And so, yes, we have almost $1 million in what should have been raises for staff, but that is what we use to match the state locally, right? And we have to do that. So when we're in limbo, it's hard to know if they pass a budget that is retroactive. We may have, depending on what that is, we may have to dip into the current $5.4 million as our safety net. And the 5.4 or 5 million, glasses on, is a safety net, but if we have a real emergency, it's not enough. It's not, like, that might be where we think it's a good place for us to land. But in talking with superintendents in the west of North Carolina, that is not enough, because they actually had to continue paying their employees while they were shut down. And couldn't get access, and they had to use their fund balance for things that, in the emergency. So hopefully we don't have anything like that happens. But we have to be mindful of sustaining a safety net, because we have a responsibility to do that. And I think, what is the policy say with the county?
5.5% of your local.
5.5% of local, which we're there, but what is the recommendation for the standard?
It's more like 10 to 12.
Right, and so, you know, I don't want us to be in a position where, I want us to advocate with the county commissioners, but I need us to understand, you know, where they are, and I don't know what position they're going to be in, and then we also are waiting to see what decision they're gonna make on how we're funded moving forward. And if that shifts, we're gonna take another cut on top of the cuts that we're already seeing. And that's gonna make it very difficult to do. If we have an opportunity where we understand what's gonna happen with the state, and then we learn what's gonna happen with the county, we can move forward in planning. And if we have a reserve that we can do the one-time bonus in-house and not take it to the county commissioners, wonderful. If the board decides you wanna do both, wonderful. I just want our teachers and staff to be paid. You know, I mean, that's, you know, what they deserve. And so, how we get there, but getting there we may not be able to come to a decision if it has to be done in-house as quickly as you may want to, even though we see money, and you may even see additional funds in fund balance beyond what that 2% we didn't spend, because we have been extremely conservative dealing with the unknown, honestly, for the last 2 years. They've put us in an unfair state, right, to support teachers and staff and to recruit and maintain and really, you know, pay them what they deserve. And so, is it fair to have to rely on the county for raises? No, that's not fair. The state is supposed to fund us. But that's where we are. And so I just to level set a little bit, right? Like, we may see this money, yes, we can decide what we want to do with it, but just caution, if we don't ask for it and get it right away, we'll be waiting and to see what it looks like with the state. And then once we pass that, we're gonna be waiting to see what it looks like with the county. And we'll have to make up for that. And hopefully our enrollment begins to stabilize. There's no reason for anyone not to send their children to our school system. There's no reason. We have great staff, great environments, our data's going up. However, there's this grain of America. And I have gray hair too, so don't be offended, right? But there's a grain of America and there are less births in our area. We're seeing that. We're gonna start looking at some of that data. It's expensive to live here. People that work here are living outside of our district. And so these are tough things that we're gonna have to tackle, and we're gonna start talking about some of those things. But we have to be mindful that we may seem like we have a lot right now, but those decisions might come later. So I'm in favor of whatever the board wants to do with Mr. Atherton's recommendation. I'm in favor of asking our county for more, but just know that we're in a difficult position on, all three funding sides, federal, local, and state.
Thank you. I appreciate your statement, but I have to say I'm in line with Sarah. I'm concerned that by getting what you requested, like an allotment like that, we are not gonna get fully funded. So I would rather that we ask for what we need and go with the explanation Dr. Jones just shared.
Yeah, I agree, and we're gonna be, I think, tomorrow or Thursday, we're talking about the agenda for the finance meeting later this week.
No.
I think.
We don't have a meeting on Thursday.
Not you,
It's
agenda planning.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But I think we can talk, there are different strategies we can use with the county, just negotiating strategies that we can use as a board, and I think we could talk about putting that on the agenda and
That's
But-
just a conversation.
Yeah, it's a conversation, so that's, but, you know, that's awesome.
Well, the budget will definitely be on that agenda, so.
The budget
that-
is definitely, but, and funding, how funding strategies or negotiating strategies, I think is important.
But we also have to remember that the county is the one that's telling us that our fund balance needs $5.5 million in it. And if we're taking out to do salaries, then that's gonna eat into that. And it's gonna be harder to get it built back up.
If everything lines up and falls just right, we will have some additional funding and then the board can explore what they want to do as far as a bonus situation. Because if we do anything with fund balance, it can't be recurring.
That's
So,
right.
So we just have to, but if it falls in line and.
If all the stars align.
Yes, I'm
Sometimes
hopeful.
they do.
And I'm hopeful, but it is
I am too, but I know what the county is looking at too. And
That's right, that's
and
right.
It's not pretty.
Yeah.
Not good.
And I think we have presented a reasonable ask, you know.
I think Rhonda's done a fantastic job.
She has,
As
and
usual.
it's difficult to fund and under the, to have a budget and bring something forward under these circumstances.
Yeah.
It's really hard to do.
Dr. Jones, this is a weird request, but I wondered if you could, you know, at the beginning of the meeting, you read the statement of why it's so important for us to do this, and, you know, something that maybe we need to put in the presentation, or but it's, I just think it's, and I'm hearing the board wants to go full throttle, that we want this money, and we want money for our staff, right? Right, and we need our community's help to do that. We need our community, we need everybody's help to get out there. I've been accused of not taking no for an answer. This is the time.
All right, any further discussion on this? All right, thank you, Ms. Rath.
Thank you.
So board, it's time to go back to closed session. Given this room does record, I would recommend we go back to where we were. Because we have to come back in here to end the actual meeting, so
Motion to return to closed session.
as stated in
As stated. Stated where?
in the agenda.
Oh, in the agenda.
Second?
We have a motion and a second to go in closed session. Any further discussion? All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? We are now going into closed session.
They have to set the tables back there.
All right, welcome back to open session. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Who is second?
Wendy.
Thank you.
A motion second, any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Have a good evening. Thank you all.
Good night.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Have a good evening.